How is everybody? We're back. We're back. We're gonna do the puddle today, hopefully. Fingers crossed. No guarantee. We'll see what happens. And then we have the drip. And the drip kind of works. I'm excited by it. Sorry, I have flickering on another screen. I really think I need a new graphics. You know, one of my monitors, it died last year? I want to say it was last year my monitor died and I had to replace it. And it has been slowly, the new one has been slowly dying since. Drive me crazy. Like, it's a good monitor, except that I started it at, the highest refresh rate because why not? And slowly it's like, oh, highest refresh rate, monitor shows nothing now. You get a strip at the top, everything else goes black. So I dropped it down another one, and then another one. Just like, I don't know, a few months apart. Like, all of a sudden it's all black. I think Virtual Desktop might have triggered the last one, but it's weird that maybe some signal being sent from my computer is enough to like kill a frame rate mode on my. Anywho, probably need a new one of those soon. Anyway, what are we working on? So we have our puddle. Our puddle is a growing number of dots. And we raycast down to see if we're going to fall off something. It's okay. I mean, it doesn't fully work. We'll hopefully get there. Actually, what do we... Okay, so we have that getting bigger. That's good. And then there's more. Dancing art ready for retopo. Let's go. Ooh. I like him. Yeah, he's gonna look cute. Wait. Alright. Real talk. Did you do some sort of outline shader? Or are you going to do an outline shader? And does your sculpt match up to the contours you need to get the outlines that you need? Because I'm looking at it, I'm like, it might. It might. It really just needs the bump on the nose and have the undercut for the eye. And I even see, right, so the eye has its own topology, but then there's this bump out right here. This bump out right here could be this, which also doesn't quite follow the eye. No outline shader? That's for dweebs. So what are you doing? You're just doing it cell shaded without outlines? I mean, that's bold. That's bold. But almost a dead giveaway of digital art, right? You know, outline shaders can be a pain in the butt. I respect you for not doing it. Save time, just go for a different effect. You'll probably never get quite the right outline anyway. Like, I did a lot of work and I got an okay effect, but it's only okay when you're looking at it like in motion really fast. Don't look at a single frame, don't look at it close. You'll see all sorts of artifacts, it's weird. That's cool. So wait, how do you retopo? By hand? And do you box model retopo, or do you draw mesh on top of mesh retopo? Okay. A circle, points, bigger. I wish there was an easier way to make more room. If I could just like right click and space everything out more. Like add space. And then I could just like, select and move things back. Sometimes you need the space like right in the middle of something. It's 3D, so very minimal. Full roughness, almost flat BSFD. Okay. Yeah, so I still call that cell shaded. When you're using like a emission to take out shadows, and then like it becomes kind of a solid color, or you could emiss a texture too, I guess. I want to do some sort of watercolor. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That would be cool. Okay, so I want another one. I want to draw out every raycast. And instead of doing a point, we're going to do a curve line. Okay. Okay, maybe we do the viewer here. Okay, which one's the points? I guess they're both points. Am I just not moving the point? Okay, fine. Maybe I'm the fool. Made one other. Your topo, you were gonna try the B surfaces tools? I see W box in hand. I don't know what most of that means. So B surfaces? Not B spline surfaces, is it? Man, you're going Pixar on me. And Unity can do NURBS. It's full NURBS workflow. It never wanted to touch it. I made a small thing, half a thing once, and thank you. Nope. There'll be a shrink wrap modifier and face snapping involved. Ooh, okay. It's B surfaces. Okay. What does the B stand for, though? Oh, is it Blender? Probably Blender, right? Blender surfaces. So when you say there's a shrink wrap modifier and face snapping, it sounds like there's some automation that you can do. But maybe it's mostly not automated? What do you mean and by hand? Okay. And it's figuring out the right things to use Blender. Oh wait, what are you? Why are those points like that? No, Grimy, thanks for the lurk. There's a trick? Ooh, I'm listening. Hey Toast, how are you? Did the most amazing cupcake yesterday? Moist AF. Amazing. Yeah, that's awesome. Was there a special occasion or just a day for a cupcake? If you start with a big enough face size, just adding a subdivision surface modifier gets rid of tries and hangons. Yeah, okay. Yeah, tries, definitely. Well, tries subdivide really well too. Yo, Junior, what up? Sister's birthday. Happy birthday, sis. That's great. Did you have a party and everything? And birthday parties are awesome. And also, where did the curve line go? I guess we're not moving it. Wherever it is, they're all going to be there. So I don't even see it, which means maybe we don't want not here. Okay, we do source position at the start. We'll do an offset. Is that an error? Okay, so I don't think we can edit that part of the curve. Transform it. You know, Craig, that just kind of just sounds like if you do a low poly box model of a frog, then you just smooth it. Classic. Great tip. Okay, please tell me this square peg will fit into this round hole. It's fine. Fine. We didn't need that to work. We have one last bastion of sanity. Dead position. You could offset all of it. And look, they're squares. It should be fine. Square peg, square hole. But that's not quite what I expected. Came to work with me one day. Inspirational. Thank you, Hero. How are you? I hope you've been well. Hope you've been well. And work went from 0 to 60. And, you know, can't complain, but at the same time, we all know I'd rather be chilling with the homies. We all over the place, yeah. Contracting, especially contracting, so like hot and cold, feast or famine. Grime's funny. I feel like I've always had so much stuff going on in life. You always have people like talking about something in the background, and you know, you just pick up on it. Hmm. Thank you, Hero. You're on another. You are so talented. I can do a bunch of stupid stuff right at the same time. You can do some of the most amazing stuff in the time that it's supposed to take. I can appreciate that. Why is it only that one? We're gonna try the knot. We'll do that one. That one's better. Because those ones do hit. Alright, we're good. We're good. We're just gonna make sure that that's carrying through to the dots that are actually being hitted. Good. Yeah, puddle spreads. Although, why is it a line? That, why is it a line? It should be a growing circle. We do need a way to stop the points that are going to happen after in this direction. Probably do that after, but probably just check the angle that it was. Because we're getting points from a circle, right? So we'll just like check around the clock, find general directions, and hopefully call those out. I think it'd be cool if we could have a circle, right? And that circle grew like we have it. I say like we have it, but it's doing a line. Ignore that. But the circle grows, and then we could cut out chunks. Which is the problem with that. We could have an arc, but we'd need many arcs. Every cut would need... the first cut would need one arc. Right? Yeah, the first invalidation would be one arc. The next one could be one arc, could be two arcs. The one after that. Yeah, alright. Every cut, I guess, would just add one more arc to the situation. But then you have to recreate all the other arcs to make... I don't know if I'm able to do that right now. It's gonna take a lot of thinking. Alright, wait. Let's focus on why circles not being a circle. I guess, yeah, that does show that we have points. I don't know why they would be changing location. Hmm. Okay, so why do the circle points? Okay. Hmm. Or if this is the way. I mean, maybe I should keep it. If I'm gonna use it, I would end up just recreating all this stupid Boolean logic anyway. Number of iterations. Do we not have an incrementer here? Okay, wait. That feels like why it's broken. Because index isn't even in the repeat. So we need to not have the index. We instead need this to go into here. Do an add between index and 1. Index, add one. Okay. And this also needs to go into. No, it's all good. We're good because it loops around. But it'll start at 0, go up by 1 for however many iterations. Hopefully that samples the right point around the circle. Hey Gav, your mic arm broke. I'm sorry to hear that. That really sucks. Wonder if there's a good in between. I don't know. I don't know enough about audio. I'm sorry to hear that though. Do you have like an in between solution? Have to buy a new part on Friday, so no stream till then. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, hopefully it shows up. It's a nice arm. Hopefully you've been well besides that. Yo, the puddle. Puddle's growing the opposite that it should be. But it, like, boom. And all I had to do was actually sample the correct position. Easy. That means we use this one instead to be our. I'm mistaken. Do this one. This set of points. Okay, that's a little confusing. Okay. That's so big. Okay, well, whatever. So now we just need to figure out if you're the first one to fall off. Then we can make that a drip. Sort of. We might also want to hone in on where the drip starts. So we're doing voxels, but you can always raycast within a voxel to find a finer area. Because, why stick to voxels? Voxels are just a tool. If we stick to the grid, we're going to be stuck on the grid. And you always want to go off grid. Always go off grid. Can't save this as something else because it's working. Yeah, I want to get the raycasts to stay. Why aren't the raycasts staying? Okay, it's getting a mess here. Do you also do a join? Oh no, this is also gonna get redundant. Which is bad. Not be doing that. Good. That there. Yeah, good. So, what are you doing with your stream time, Gav? Is there a game you're playing just for you? Or maybe catching up your manga? Okay. Shows what happens within a frame. This should be accumulation of frames. Okay, so curved lines, what if, as they're hits, we put them into the place that it hits, instead of the place that we're recasting from? See, that gives us info. That's so good. So it's clearly backwards because it has a lift here, which means that it should be going up the ball. Why is this one the lowest? What's up, Ben? Danger Zone. What did I say? What are you doing while you're not streaming? Is there a game that you're playing just for yourself? What's up, Ben? How's the game going? How's your day going? I will eventually. Okay, let's go to like 0.1. Frame level for Lies of P. Okay. And items as well. Oh, farming. Okay, gotcha. Exciting news for me. What's the new news? Tell me all about it. Create the funniest, the craziest, and beautiful model I've ever seen. Well, now you have to show me. These need to get closer. More voxel size. Very confused. Do you need relative? There, okay. That's good. We could get points to be like wider. Okay, clicking on new thing. 5 stream streak. Oh, I love this. So yeah, this guy's awesome. I love the box. I love the. Is this like a projected texture? Might not be. It looks like it. It is cool. What's his name? Is it Boxy? Boxy Love? Or I don't know, Splody McCube? Cardboard Boy. Appropriate. I like him. He's really cool. So I have to also ask, what's in the box? What's in the box? Okay, done. Sorry. Very cool. I like him. Stuff. All your stuff in a box to the left. You do have your Switch to play games? Okay, cool. I couldn't stream. Kind of working? I couldn't. Maybe I would coordinate a. I'd either be working or trying to coordinate a something, depending on how long it was. A little game jam, something to do. Be more present on Discord. Connectivity. Ooh. I need more. Just make the density really high. Okay, the ratio of how many we have to how big the thing is definitely needs to change. Yo, Grammy got it. Let's go, Pog. Yo, Grammy's cooking good today. Oh, okay, wait, I'm dumb. This should probably also be 0.01. If so, then we might just make them the same. Look at that puddle grow. Look at it go. We just need to find the points that are the most outside so we can get them to drip. I'm excited. That's cool. I like Cardboard Boy. How's it all coming together? I'm excited to see some screenshots of how the whole game will look. Like a nice screen with a couple of NPCs, main character. Like it's gonna be vibing. You will? Cool. Take your time. Don't rush. Yeah, love to see it. Hey, Grattan. Your Raiders. What's up? Hope you're all doing good today. We're in Blender. So yesterday we made a drip. I'll show you the drip. And today we're making a pool. And then we just need to get them together so that way we have drips coming from the pool. Actually, wait. Are you supposed to be from a place here? Move this up. A little bit more. That should do it. So we got dripping working. We got puddles just now working, and now we just need to get puddles to be a little bit more complex where the edges create drips. Oh yeah. Grimy, how was your stream? I saw you finally got the breakthrough. That was really exciting. Your combat system's looking cool. I don't know where my voice is going. Lurker to Raider, back to Lurker. Thanks, Hero. I appreciate you. So yeah, this is what we got so far. Pretty excited about this. Yeah, I feel like that hugged a little bit better. But drip's looking fire. Thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping it looks good when we get it all together. Imagine just having candles that could like lower the top. We'll use like a noise to lower the top, and then we can have a drips coming down, and then the drips can pool, and then the pools can drip. It'll be amazing. Dope scenes almost instantly. Well done, that's nice. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate it. I work for the sex industry. Anything I can do to aid to the safety of people in marginalized fields. Not to make a political thing out of everything, but you know. It would be really funny to just be the fluid expert and only deal with the fluids of certain industries. Imagine just getting the credits. Like, I didn't have to deal with a single fleshy texture. I didn't have to deal with any of the animation. I created some realistic fluid effects and set up their emitters. Or created a way for their emitters to be set up. Oh, I kind of love this puddle though. And it just happens. Like struggle, 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 boom. Get a puddle. Actually, the first one was backwards. We can do an inverse puddle. I think. Wait, that's drip. So if we do this point to volume, we get everything but. Also maybe a little on the thick side. Okay, it's way too thick. Who made you so thick? Cool. I mean, you could have like a flooding room with this. The way the volume to mesh works also does give it a very, very fluid filling feel. Did we just make the watershed algorithm? I mean, not with much granularity, like a binary watershed. With some blurring due to the volume stuff. And that's also what tutorials. I'm sure someone would be like, here's how to use the watershed algorithm. Let me show you the white paper that I understand, and I will brag about understanding. Meanwhile, if you just think about it and you have the tools, you can just make the thing that does the thing without ever needing to bother yourself with stuffy academics. Love it. So good. Well, today's done. Been on for an hour. Most successful hour. I'd say most successful hour I've ever streamed. I can't verify that. I don't know. Why would I even say that? So maybe we should also figure out falling angles, like where it spreads, but it has a slope. That should definitely be a drip. And then we have to use maybe noise or something to pick where we actually want to do drips in a 3D space on large surfaces that can all be viable. Bragging about stuffy academics. Right? It's like cool what academics do. I think the one thing I'm not a fan of is that they need to puff out their chest and do like the gorilla chest beating thing and screaming their accomplishments through making the most complicated explanation of what they've discovered in the longest white paper they can possibly write. The less people can understand it, the better your work is, right? Yet I can come to the same conclusions without ever having to look at your, 5 pages with 2 pages of footnotes on just testing to see if there's a surface below you, and then growing out and checking again. Like it's simple stuff. I think it's true. I've definitely heard a lot of people say that, like, yeah, academic people aren't bad, but we do live in a system where you don't get as much clout if you can summarize everything that you discovered in like a sentence. And I kind of understand that, but at the same time, I do think the most intelligent people can simplify very complex topics into very brief statements. It is real. Man, I don't know. Like, I think they do good work, but then obfuscating that work behind more language than's necessary is A weird system. Okay, Ray. Well, that's good. Try not to be too extreme in that one. I had a lot of discussions with the wife. The wife is more on the academic side because she likes academia and study and advancing knowledge, but I'm always dealing with like the gap between learning new things in universities and that actually getting applied to anyone in society. And usually there's a really big lag time. You need to be all intellectual for the common man, but amongst academics, I mean it's true, but they don't usually simplify it or not speak the language. Man, math is a hard language to speak. It does not come natively. I think that's part of it. A little bit of a gatekeeping thing, I think. But, that's okay. Because you get a brain, you can put it all together yourself. Reality is yours to test. Okay, so probably redundant. We'll make another one. Cool. Big complex name. So the circle, before we split it up into points, I think we want to just jiggle it around a little bit. Just kind of like move it around noisily. Like a set position. You brushed off your physics book to be able to do some stuff in this combat thing. You're so rusty. Yeah. Physics isn't so bad, actually. I find physics, they try to simplify things so it's more usable. Like math for engineers that actually use the math. Um, yeah, the only problem is that there's so many equations, and a lot of the equations look very similar, you know? But again, I think logic helps you understand physics. Logic and tests. Definitely test things out. Then again, when I say logic, I don't mean common sense. I don't necessarily think all the physics stuff is intuitive. But yeah, when you like break things down into simpler things, they usually get pretty obvious. Okay, so we want to do offset with maybe just a random number. Okay, so I only want to move it in one axis. Oh, cool. Alright, not one axis, two axes, like one plane. We're going to move it on the XY. Because Z is up in Blender. Just put that into offset. Yeah, a little bit more random makes it more turbulent, I guess. It's also simple. Meanwhile, you. I mean, it's not that like it's all so simple. Like you think through it, and you can think through it. That's the simple part. Getting it to work and then realizing when you're wrong. That's the trick. NASA's streaming? Ooh. Streaming anything good? Bet they know their physics. I bet they also check physics books and simulations often. I like NASA because it's just people that do work for longer periods of time with higher levels of standards. Like, I don't think they're gods among men. I think they're normal human beings that, again, are just tasked with a problem, that are given more resources, more time, have acknowledged safety margins. Like, I don't want to get political, but the Food and Drug Administration has been so underpowered to actually do anything to help anybody. Yet NASA would be a horrible problem if they lost astronauts. Even though there's only a few astronauts you would lose versus all of the people that are affected by the FDA being weak and unable to actually regulate anything that helps people. Like, I don't know. Building a robot, that's cool. Gotta love their robots. I don't want to get political, but I mean, yeah. I hate having to get political. I wish we were just in a utopia already that had a lot of these things solved. So the things I had to complain about were like, oh man, this white paper is too complicated. I just want to make my video game about fluid sims, and I don't want to have to deal with reading a white paper from some stuffy, I could say stuffy old guy, but like, it's all ages. I don't want to be ageist about that. Streamlabs have it. I'm just afraid of what could happen if we just go full political. Like, I know it would go wrong. I would absolutely get banned at some point. And it's not that hard to push me into saying something inflammatory. So we avoid it. My stream would blow up. I mean, maybe. There's a chance, but do I want to be the next Hassan Abi? No offense, the guy has a lot of recognition. I respect some of his opinions. I don't listen to many of them. Not like I purposely avoid him. There's too much content out there. That's definitely not the stuff I'm entertained by. Anyway, now that I'm backtracking on that, yeah, I don't know if I want to be a political streamer. And it could blow up, but it could also blow up in your face. You also get the boring homies. Yeah. Political discussions are pretty boring. They can be very, you know, they're not something I usually wade into until there's actual like issues that affect people. And also a lot of it should just obvious. Yes, there should be an FDA. Yes, they should make sure that we're not having like hazardous things being shipped to supermarkets as food. Make the money and then end the streaming live. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't come here for that. I came here to develop a video game for the rest of my life and see if I could get anyone to follow me. And you know what? Honestly, probably more successful than I thought I would be. So, all good. 100% profit here. And the streaming political life. Yeah, okay, so we just build up a giant political stream. And then we do the quick switch to like game development and game design. And just see if we can just pull the whole audience into software and game dev. That's the trick. So, alright, so my one complaint about Lana Lux's streams, I don't like complaining about streamers. I don't think there's anything wrong with her as a streamer. I don't think there's anything wrong with her stream, but when I go in there, she's silent and diligently working. Much respect. and then chat is just chatting. It's like if I wanted to go into an IRC channel and talk with other game devs, I'm sure I could find one. I'm sure there's like half a dozen Discords I could jump into that are just devs flexing dev skills. Imagine you doing that, working on a political game, but then you just had like 2,000 people talking about politics. Because you might be able to pull more people into a political hotbed if you just have a completely open forum with questionable moderation. Hot take? I mean, people are there for it. It's a cool place to catch up with her, see what she's working on. She streams for a long time, so it's a great co-working stream. But like when I was looking around at what other game dev streams were doing, I think I was first just surprised that she was more of the like Pomodoro co-working vibe of like, don't bother me, I'm doing stuff, than like everyone else. But that was also a while ago. Coming after land, please. Playing. I mean, she has the hustle. I have absolutely no leg to stand on if I were to say anything negative about her, and it would all be unfounded. So, putting that out there. Those are my feelings. That she has earned a lot. Definitely earned my respect. But also, Twitch is huge, and you get to choose where you're hanging out. I think I like interacting with a streamer more than chatters. No offense. Kind of streaming because you watch her grind. And Tim's. Now, see, Tim is also... I see Tim is way more interactive. Like, I tend to hang out in Tim's channel more to get background noise than Lana's, because Lana's is usually kind of like silence for a lot of it. Again, it's good for co-working, and you want to look over and you want to have somebody familiar that's working with you. Nice working on a team. Nice having people you can depend on. But I need a level of chaos. Chat's not as active though. Yeah, I kind of like that too. And when chat's active and I feel like I have to kind of keep up with all the stuff that's going on and someone else's stuff while I'm also watching what they're doing, that can feel like work. Shout out to mods. Mod life is not easy. Yo, Lana's chat, like I said, is pretty much at IRC game dev channel level. You know what I mean? I used to pop into like Diablo IRCs because certain things only happened there. And it had a similar vibe. You'd drop in, everyone would know what's going on. There'd be familiar people, you know? Trying to work and keep up the chat. Hard work. Hard work. Or it's easy work. You just can't actually work and interact at the same time. I guess it's better when you have animation to make it look like you're working. Okay. So yeah, growing puddle. How do we get the outside? How are we gonna get the outer edge ones? Like every time the circle grows, we get more points. So we don't have like consistent point indexes to say if index 7 hit a surface last time, but it doesn't hit it this time, then the last time we used 7, that should be the point a drip would be. Or this time that we use 7 is where a drip would be. Because again, 7 might turn into 14. So then we have to like refer to them by angle? Angle might be the safest. Pros and cons. You just try to do the best you can. Sometimes you want to go full Pomodoro. I mean, I think you have a great balance between like getting work done and being entertaining, and then like also having interesting discussions. Go to a stranger style, be in a full call with someone else, have yourself muted and chat as while you're muted. I love that though. I love that. You're seeing the sausage get made. It's yeah, I'm there for that. And sometimes when Pomo streamers they're like reading something, it's kind of like they're staring right at you. when when coding with strangers, when Hero's just there looking off and like talking and having a good time in a meeting, it's like it's good, you know, it's good vibes. But I say, hey chat, I'm on a call, come back 4 hours later, and damn, y'all still here. Yeah. I think half of us are there just to see how many people are going to be like, does he know he's muted? Or like, why isn't he talking to us? You hear from my hot takes? Okay, I think my new hot take is that I like the push for Unity 6. Uh, and I am actually kind of hopeful for the future of Unity. At least slightly, we'll see. Did you hear about Korean streams for Twitch? I heard a little bit that they are suspending Korean streams because they think that it costs too much and it's not making enough in return. Seems weird to me. Unity 6, yes. So, you're in a newer version of Unity, right? In new Unity, have you noticed that you have Unity Engine dot and it has a bunch of libraries in there? And then you have Unity dot and you have a bunch of libraries in there. And in some cases, there's similar libraries. Unity 6 is going to get rid of Unity Engine. And everything's going to be updated for Unity. And it's all supposed to be faster, and there's not supposed to be so much redundancy with like old systems and new systems. And I'm like, thank God. I've been complaining about the confusion around Unity stuff and all the clutter forever. So I am so excited about the idea that like Unity 6 is finally an easier way to instruct people and figure out what systems you should be using. Hopefully it will be faster in a lot of ways. And I think it also is going to go closer to having like the Unity nanite feel, like where Unity is doing more under the hood to make things better, like faster and more performant without you having to do as much. That's me saying that. Don't hold me to that. Definitely don't hold Unity to that. But that's kind of the direction I think I see it going in. Because again, what I've been confused about is why are there so much redundancies? And it has come to light that Unity has gone into a direction where it's using two completely similar code bases that are separate. So it's a great change, I hope. But no backwards compatibility, from what I understand. They can't do bit or sub after February. Okay, I don't think I understand that at all then. I thought they were cutting out Korean streams. Oh, maybe they are, and they're also saying that users can't sub or use bits. Like, I don't know who specifically that will affect because I believe people in Asian countries got a few more options for names. You could either choose a completely, I think, a completely, what's the right term? Like a name that is more common to the Roman alphabet, put it that way. Um, or you can have your original name in your original language with your original characters with an annotated name. I think you could choose the like nickname. So like I don't know. There's some people from Asian countries that totally you couldn't tell them from any other user, and there's some that are like highlighted because they get Asian characters from whatever language they're using and a custom nickname. And then yeah, custom nickname ones like you don't always know where everyone's from, but I can tell you there's a few that I am sad that they might be affected. You have to go to a news stream site, but so I was watching a little bit of YouTube streaming last night with the wife. Popped it on before bed, and the quality was kind of garbage. I could have been on the streamer's settings. Like, yeah, we were noting that maybe YouTube streaming got worse. You have me on 4 screens right now? Cool. You got a photo to show you can post it in general. Alright, am I checking general? Sorry, got distracted. Are you asking to post in general? You can post if you want. Ooh. Oh, that looks so cool. I love the like pixel art spiral repeating pattern. Yo, and Cav does all this freehand. And there's another one. Yo, I love it. Love it. I still feel like you would make some of the most amazing street art or streetwear. Like this would be a killer shirt. Put this on a long sleeve black tee. I'll take it. Wonder how many viewers you account for? Oh, that's a good question. Apparently you have yourself on 4 screens when you stream. Grimy coming out in force. Army of screens. Love it. Yeah, Gav, your art's always fun to look at. Okay, still gotta figure out what are we doing here? Well, I was hitting spacebar on something. Blender wasn't active. That's okay. One of these should be. Okay, maybe we're moving too far. Okay, it's not far enough. Need to be 0. Double it. Double it. We'll find a good one eventually. We're almost there. Let's go a little bit too far, maybe. Okay, grab lunch, then back to the grind. Good luck. Have a great lunch. And for Mrs. Grimey's sake, I hope it's not a dry ass sandwich. Okay, yeah, that's a little bit better. Should I bake that in? Probably shouldn't, right? Should close it. Okay, crap. I need to figure out what value is. Oh wait, or maybe we nix value. This was something I was contemplating. We just use voxel size instead. It feels like it rows out from one side. Some of the dots are almost consistent. This one feels so good. These ones move fast. Anyway, I don't think that actually matters. Did it? I want to put the same number in both. I think because we don't want to have any biases for one axis or the other. Scrap the Y. I don't think we need that. Do you ever leave the streaming game? You're glad to know some of you guys will use that term. Dry ass sandwich? Absolutely. Sometimes you just need to hit the grind again. Really quick. I get that. Okay. So next thing we need, that's our noise. Dripping. Maybe randomize which ones become drips. The frame that they become drips. Oh, but that's a problem. How do we know the frame it becomes a drip? Oh, we cheat. Of course. Why wouldn't we not cheat? It's your offline banner on Twitch, that picture. It's a good one. Sadly, it'll have good use until Friday. Oh, did you finish the Dead Cells character? I'd love to see that. If you want to wait till Friday when you're streaming again, I understand. Also, if you want to post it to Discord, love to see it. So, it's gonna get more complicated. Okay, wait, one switch. I always get confused. Okay, the second one is a good one. The first one could be the drips. This is possible drip points. We might make that just drip points. You look out for pixel art for dead cells, and there is none. Okay, I guess you'd need to like actually take a screenshot of the game, because there are no sprites in the game, right? It's all 3D assets, and then the whole game has a pixel filter over it. So yeah, that might be a little bit tricky. Okay, so the stable points. This might get complicated because we are going to need the ones that are on a slanted surface. Your normal is off. Then we need to also count use unsupported and drip. Probably over here. Because we just need to modify the booleans. Okay, so we're going to add in compare with a random. Say like 10% chance. Okay, both of these. do all failed points? Getting complicated. Or uttered, I guess. Be failed stable points. Though deleting them is probably better. Okay, I'm gonna just possible drip points and let's see what pops up. Okay, less. Like a million of them. Why does it feel like it's doing nothing? Okay, we're looking at possible drip points. Alright, so if we mute this, this is just using the random. It feels like they're just all there though. Why can't I cut some out? Guess 0. Here. Fine, maybe it's me. Overlooking the obvious. But everything I do is the same. This is just always the same. I can try throwing index in. It's an ID. Nothing. Why? Why you do me like this? Okay, so it's every failed stable point. That makes sense. Now this should hopefully only do those ones. Oh, no, it should have more than that even. It should randomly add and subtract them. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I forgot to update a thing. That would do it. Like add it and then subtract it immediately. Okay. Yo, zombie, what's up? How you doing? I need less than that. Possible trip points added to this new thing. That. Get your ass kicked in Zomboid just now? Aside from that, doing good. Oh, sounds good. Are you enjoying Project Zomboid? And ever since I thought it looked like a cool game, and then I saw Grimy started playing it, and like, well, you know, I could easily get really hooked to that game. Okay, sanity check. That's off. Okay, possible trip points. You're looping it this time. Promise. Correct one or? Yeah, okay, I'm just dumb. I'm dumb. I don't know why my logic brain gets thrown out the window with nodes. Okay, that's still wrong. So put the index into the ID. Okay, I need you to be way less frequent. Yeah, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna solve the problem. Like, these shouldn't even continue checking after we have something fall off. I'm wondering. Maybe we grow the ring out based off of the raycasts, and it doesn't push the point out from center if the next time it would raycast, it would miss, and that way we can get just the edge. It's a little weird though. I guess that also means we need to update the ring geometry every time. It's like, maybe? It's also slow. The skill gains are insane. Insanely low, that is. Oh, that is kind of a bummer. Then again, I hear it's very satisfying when you get any sort of momentum in that game. People getting not only cars, but like convoys. like multiple cars. Like they have a house, they have an RV, they have a car, and they make big plans to move all of their holdings. Seems like it gets up to EVE Online kind of stuff, even in a solo game. But I definitely can't start anything until I beat Shipbreakers. And then maybe I don't know, then I want more Shipbreakers, honestly. And it's in Unity, so maybe that's the first thing I ever look at modding. Maybe. Probably not. Just disregard that. Don't take any of that seriously. I have way too much going on. I was very excited to see it was in Unity. Okay, so maybe like new circle shape. I think about how I want to actually do this. So like the circle we're creating every time, but if we don't create it, we could just resample it every time. That would round edges that maybe should be crisper. Yeah, this is tricky. What would I mod in Shipbreaker? I mean, I think I would add more ships. I think what you said is right. Like, it's hard to get bigger ships. I think I just got geckos recently, which look like some of the smaller earlier ships, but they're scaled up big enough that most of the parts are kind of close to the deposit bins. So there's the logistic problem of how do you get all of the parts you need to the right place when all of them are like dangerously close to being sucked into the wrong place, even from a starting position? So like we would need to figure out how to do either multi-tiered system or like how do you make it bigger? Or what if you just do alien ships? What if alien ships got introduced to the whole game? Like, I feel Shipbreaker has a great base game. You could do. What if there's a fleet of ships like Battlestar Galactica? You know how they like left Earth to find another planet to live on? Oh, sorry, hold on. This might be spoilers. But I think they leave somewhere because their planet gets destroyed and the twist might be Earth. Sorry, I spoiled. But it's the journey, it's not the destination. So yeah, the idea that what if they show up and you're already there and all of a sudden you just have a whole new fleet of different technology and ships that look vastly different. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything in the base game that I'm like, this needs to change. I actually like a lot of the base game. With my only complaints maybe being diffused by the fact that it is a well-paced story inside of a simulation game. That sometimes I wanted to do the simulation, but they put up the story things to like break it up and stretch it out and put more story bits and to get the story beats of like unions and companies with small worker margins, like all of these interesting toxic corporation client or corporation employer relation topic covered in a game that also has wonderful simulations. So yeah, my only I guess complaint's horrible because I like the topic, but they also have free play. So you know what? I throw it out. Fine. I don't have any complaints. It's a good game. Here's a great battle NNN years ago. They haven't drifted apart because gravity anomaly? Don't ask. Go salvage the spoils. I mean, that would be good too. Yo, alright, so if you had a mobile barge, all you need is, well, sorry, I said barge. I kind of mean the entire salvage thing. You would just need the red and the blue, the processing and the furnace, and a barge. And you could just kind of move those around with you. Maybe they could be slow to move, so that's a whole new aspect of how you're going to break down big ships by moving the containers you put the salvage in the right place to receive them, but they're slow. Like, that could be really cool. But yeah, if you're not stuck in the salvage yard and you're now mobile, which I don't think is breaking the game that much, all of a sudden you could do any ship of any size. You could do whole battles, which could be really interesting. I think I would even be there, or if you did battles, if they weren't, millions of years ago, what if they're like fresh battles? You could find like fresh victims would kind of change things up. Hopefully they could do it tastefully. Also maybe survivors that locked themselves into panic rooms if there weren't enough like escape pods. Maybe there are escape pods that'll have people stuck in them. Like, that could be a whole nother aspect of like needing to transport people to a safe area and not busting their airlocks. Because airlocks is already a thing in the game, right? And the biggest pain in the ass in the puzzle. I don't hate it. It's a needed complication. But it's the one that I honestly spend the most time trying to like figure out. So yeah, no, I'm totally for that. That's a great idea. Also, low key, right? Zombie, if you just wanted to put your mark on the game, more poster space. Maybe a couple more posters. It's a low hanging fruit. But I feel like if there were even some rare posters that could pop up, which maybe they can and I haven't found them yet. Yeah, it has enough cool sim elements that you could expand it in easy ways too. No. Fair. Fair. I hate to say that I'm more likely to recreate Shipbreaker than mod it, but that's the truth. The truth I have to live. Right now, please, zombie, I'm not trying to throw anything on your plate. Everything I talk is blue sky. We're talking 6 months away. Way behind your schedule? Oh, wait, talk about your schedule. What are you modding right now? Military gear, terrestrial and exotic would give a reason to extend the puzzle part with more tools. Containment fields, keys, and whatnot. That's really true. That is true. Yeah. What if you had to take apart armories from ships? Which is probably what you're saying anyway. But yeah, then you can have like, there are some things that you want to not jostle and you want to not touch into other things, and this could just add a nice another thing that could explode. Not that I need more reasons. I like to have my perfect playthroughs. Yeah, another hazard or two couldn't hurt. Nothing. That's why you're behind. I love it. Wait, what's on the healing bench then? Need to fix a few mods and continue working on VR. Cool. Okay. You want to release the alpha till New Year? Like shortly after New Year? Okay, I see. So you got like 25 days. Good luck. Let me know if you need any help. Crunch. Photon torpedoes are very stable, except when they're damaged, so light touch, please. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh, but you could also have like phasers, right, for the security team. So like, yeah, phasers could go off if they touch something, or if you drop them. So when I say drop, I guess I mean like if you send them with enough velocity against something else, they could just like misfire. We all know that stray lasers cause massive explosions when they go anywhere near fuel tanks. And I've accidentally blown up so many fuel tanks from that mystery laser angle going from the cutter to the. So the game uses a reticle that is kind of like what do I say? The reticle is the true point. They do a raycast out from you to see what that hits. It's not a sphere cast, it is like a 1 pixel raycast. Figuratively 1 pixel. It's like the smallest unit it could be. And then whatever that raycast hits is what you're going to affect with your tool. But then they draw a line between the tool and that point, and that line, not always easily accounted for. And when it nicks any sort of fuel tank, I am like Alt F4. Alt F4, I didn't need that in my life. Restart the whole day. Wait, how do we do this? Angle based? Because anyway, we need to stop progression. Like, that's important. The only thing that's wrong with having a progression is that we either start with too many points and we're going to have way too much overhead in the beginning to account for how big the puddle will eventually be, which is suboptimal. Or we keep growing the points as the puddle grows, which we're doing, and then we can't count on indexes. So yeah, wait, I said it before. Maybe we should try the resample curve. Just gonna make everything so much more complex though. Maybe we do this separate. Do this separate. This is a cool thing. Let's life easy. Let's try a curved circle. How appropriate. Okay, so we need the resample. It's gonna be important. I think. We need some sort of loop to be able to increase the count, move it out, and keep things that have been hit. Start with the raycast. keep going with object info for a collision. I also have to keep working on VR. Every time I remember that, it's kind of a bummer. That, like, I had everything in working, but Unity updated so much with the VR stuff that I need to redo. Maybe not from scratch, but kind of take some work. Sag. I think we do a sample curve, sample index. Can I put this in a repeat node? Like everything that I would put in a repeat node would be in this, and we'll put a repeat node that just has this in the middle, plugging into geometry. I think I'd like that, if possible. Start to sample spline point. Okay, yeah, attribute on point, then we use position. And that's the position of the point around the mesh. Now we might need a repeat for the raycast. Oh, and then does it get a normal? Down's fine. Get the normal position. We want to multiply using vector math, of course. Between hopefully the normal. And a number. This number will probably just be like how far we check. Okay, so we add the normal to the original position. Gives us a new position that's not where we are, but where we would be if we grew larger. Then we do a set position. We'll move each point individually. We want to say if the raycast hits but not. Okay, need to be the ionosphere. I think we do hit reset the position. Okay, so one question is the normal. Let's grab a curve line. I'll just draw the normal out. So you start the position. Okay, such a jerk. Looking for a set position. On curve line, but we set position instead. Just no. I think. Alright, so one's just position. We need a selection for a curve end. Cut the curve line because we don't need that. Well, kinda. Oh, we actually need to look at what we're doing. Of course, it's 4 points. Good. think that looks good. Okay, so size needs to get bigger. Countdown. That's weird. Definitely weird. Mm-mm. Change. That should change. Oh, okay, that's kind of doing something. So grow it to a certain size and it won't get bigger. Oh, it gets to a point where it gets like a little ledge on it. And then that's backwards. Okay, don't know if this works. What do I call this? Adhering circle. Too bad, this is getting complicated. Also, I should probably take a break soon. Okay, so we add from group adhering circle. Now, you know what? I kind of want to build this out separately. Just in a nice little vacuum. I think I X out of this, create a new one. This one we do adhere circle. It's a repeat zone. Alright, it's 4:45. I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be back and we'll continue trying to get the adhering circle to grow properly. Sit tight, be back soon. Okay, we're back. Okay, so we get a curve length, curve info. I think we put geometry in here. Open up repeat. Okay, so do it like this. The count is going to be based off of the length divided by, because I think we want to keep it kind of voxely. So put in a number and a divisor, or as a divisor. Because the length should naturally get bigger. So point density. Okay, and then search distance is going to be grow rate. Just need a raycast object. I thought it'd be kind of small. Point density also smaller. Oh. Wait. Okay. No. Okay, which one's the one that's just opacity? But this one's just okay. Never mind. Oh yeah, then we're not growing. Doing a repeat. Maybe we don't want to repeat. We want to sim. Okay. Geometry in here. You just have to search distance grow? Time that we, or chance that we want to use the time input for the search distance. No, so we want an add. And a multiply. One will be frame and one will be how much we move over time. What are you? Iterator? No, it's circle. It's getting smaller. Why is it smaller? Why is it jump so fast? Like under one, it's gonna get smaller, right? Oh, not. It's gonna grow really slow. When does it start growing? It's probably bigger. No, we want anyway. If we want a true iterator. Okay, maybe some bool math to try and see if none of the points hit. Hmm. Just put the is hit out. It's dotted, so I think we lose the context. Then search distance is also dotted. I don't know. What is hit carrying? Gonna carry an array of bools for every point that it was used on? Because it's involved in the set position. But then if I have this hit and we do a sample index, all of a sudden something kind of makes more sense than it ever used to. Sampling a Boolean off of a point on this geometry. Value is somewhere within this is hit. And just regular index. We'll do it for each one. No, but we can't. This is where we need a repeat. We can check the whole thing. This feels like the most real programming thing I've ever been set up to do. Okay, so we have this sample index. Put it here and make a little purple. Is that blue? Is that red? I think you mix them. I think you get maybe red with blue outlines. Fine. Okay, the idea is check whole circle. Use count. It doesn't like that one. That throws a damper on things. You got a question? Shoot. What software can import shader instantly into the model? That's a tricky question because every software, I mean, if it has USD, then it's going to have some sort of shared material support. Um, and the material is like a an instance of a shader applied to a specific object. But shaders themselves aren't necessarily shared between programs. So if you export like an FBX from Blender, you could drag and drop it into Unity, and it should bring in your materials. If everything's set up. If not, I can show you how to set them up. It should be very similar to how you did in Blender. Though you might need to bake textures. Are you baking your textures out? Because if you're doing like a shader graph or I guess it would be in shading, right? If you're doing a shader graph, that needs to be baked to a texture. But if you're just painting by hand, you should be able to export those textures as files that can be used anywhere. It's a shader, not a texture. Yeah, so that's where it's tricky. There's no like, well, so if you're coding, there's HLSL, high level shader language. But yeah, the node-based shading stuff in Blender, you need to like bake that down to a texture. I don't know a ton about baking. You're baking somewhere? Or would you just do the procedural thing and then bake that onto another model that has its UVs set up? Like if Cryogy or Catalyst is still around, you definitely have some experience with baking. Maybe. I might be making things up. I know Catalyst has experience with baking. Yeah. You could try and recreate what you did in Blender in Unity shader graph. And there's got to be something in Unreal that also has a shader graph. But yeah, and that's the plight of us developers is that big companies have not been sharing with each other, and we have to redo all our stuff when we go between programs. Hopefully not too much, but yeah, shaders, they're all different. Okay, another way to get curve info. The length. How else would I get the length? Still need to get the number of points. Can this export count? I don't know, is that a good red or a bad red? Yeah. So again, yeah, if we're talking shading network and it's a material, something that has a material on it. Like if it's just this and you have textures plugged into it, when you export this material attached to an object, this should be red. And any of the textures plugged in, that should hook up automatically in many programs. Should hopefully respect at least a little bit of that. Setting that up isn't too hard. But yeah, if you have a whole thing with nodes going in, calculating all that node stuff, that all needs to be baked. There we go. I think I summarized it correctly that time. Excuse me, sorry, sometimes it takes my brain a second. Oh, drip. Oh, we're how do you bake? That's the good question. That's a good question. Not super sure. Never tried to bake here. Look it up real quick. Catless probably off getting coffee. Okay, hold on a sec. I'm gonna throw this link in the chat. This is what I found. Catless, is this decent? Is this still valid? How to bake texture from shader nodes. I have 2 UVs. That makes sense. And then bake an image. UV unwrapped, sure. Yeah, all this stuff like, so it helps to have one set up to look exactly as it should look. So, new textures, render settings, go to cycles, and then there's a bake section. Oh, right, okay. Is that like, there's no bake there. It goes. And then there's bake down here. Can you see this? Yeah, if you go to cycles, the little camera tab, render engine goes to cycles, you scroll down, there's a bake that you can drop down. And then it has a button. Set up the stuff and press the button, I think. And yeah, selected to active sounds like you're transferring from your first selection to your second. Might have that backwards. And then it'll pretty much raycast. Similar to stuff I'm doing right now in Blender. Nodes. Raycast, hit the surface, and then paint the other surface. Cool. Yeah, I forgot why that was. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, and Callus, bring a character from shader node texture to game engine. hopefully someday there'll be a better Blender connection. I do have hope that there will be some semi-native Blender node evaluation thing. Okay, so this is a bad red. This is definitely a bad red. But how else would I... Oh, Boolean math, just to keep going with all the wrongness. This plus this. This. Kinda. And the logic in these loops is a little bit trickier for me to think about. Also, we just can't do it. How would we get this done? Like anything that's calculated to go into the iterations, just wrong. Can't be done. But also maybe it just can't be based on the mesh. So what do you do when you want to repeat on points on a mesh? I actually just want to know if every single one has the same bool on it. There's that Blender native route, baking from Cycles bake menu, and a few add-ons that may or may not work. Yeah. You ran into a problem using like multiple noise nodes, right? It's a bummer. I stack my noise all the time. I think we need a switch. We're gonna make this keep the scale the same size. Integer. I don't remember which switch. And this is the one I want here. I love it, just magically works. Some of them failed. Yeah, kind of a bummer. Oh, it flickers. That's not great. Also, it's like not doing this, right? You have Bake Lab and Bystids Baker installed at the moment. Okay. Haven't tested either after recent updates. Fair. I'm sure there's a lot of add-ons to try after each update. Pushing. It doesn't grow there either. How about that one? That grows at least. Well, that does make more sense. You did use Bystids Baker a while ago? It broke and failed to remove temporary bake scene? Ooh, yeah, that's rough. Hmm. That needs to turn off. Okay. Did install some add-on updates since, but no guarantee from you. Still creating lots of errors in the console at startup. Yeah, it's kind of rough. This not working the way I want it to. It stops pretty early. Hmm. Dear sent robust and secure automatic add-on updater for Blender, please. Yeah, seriously. That would be amazing. Hopefully it doesn't even need to fit down the chimney. It can just be a Steam update. Get the elves hard at work. It is one of the best toys. I don't get it. It's a smaller protein. Oh, very odd. Did it invert the normal? Guess we could just invert this. I don't know about inverting before. It might just be like a named variable. Okay, well that is different. Right now, some add-ons are rolling their own update checkers, and you really don't like that approach? No, that is such bloatware. You really don't need that. It's deterministic, that's not the worst. But it's not. I guess this could just be outside of its ability to grow. And it does stop growing. Hello? Somehow it immediately collapses as a higher point density. Oh, because the length probably changes as we're resampling. A bummer. wonder if there's a way to scale after resampling, because resampling does kind of ruin things. Also, what happened to this one? Sense. That one completely. If we resample, do the normals not calibrate? Oh, that almost worked. Density just be small. That's too small. I'm gonna figure out what it's doing there. Why would it be looping? Yeah, it does stop. No idea how this is gonna work out. This could crash everything. Are using a circle. Okay. You have to keep putting the circle in. Maybe make another one. Oh, I don't know. Box size is gonna work. Might just be the size that works. Wait a sec. Yo, and put the random value in there. Try doing this before we put the circle in. You can try it. Okay, so we have this growing circle. I think we just put it into the thing that does the points. Okay, now they only got. Did I not actually solve it? I found an interesting alternate solution. I can almost guarantee you that's small radius. Teeny, tiny. A little bit bigger. Oh, did that water just stack? It undripped? What? Fluid geometry. Some weird artifacts in it. Okay, itself, it's a little bit questionable. Are you just making stuff up? Should only be offsetting in one direction. I think it was weird. Using normal. The normals can push it in, you know, an abnormal way. Do any numbers? That one works. Teeny tiny. You know, works. So, it's not perfect. I like it a lot. Better than I imagined it was going to turn out. Volumes are the real hero of the day. Okay, still don't have random points. Something semi-deterministic. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. So dumb. Because it does stop growing, right? That was important. A copy and then field it. Something like that. So instead of, well, I guess random value less than or this should kind of work. Go on, take out. That did anything negative. Fingers crossed, I wasn't really looking. Oh wait, but then does this have a bool for when it stops that we can use? Okay, this does stop, right? Okay, if it's creating the same points over and over, I understand that. I don't love it. It's kind of a bug, but at least I get it. You know, different points all the time. Wrong. I don't. They shouldn't be that far out. But also, let's check out our circle that may or may not be growing over time. Okay, good thing. Why is it like thinking? Random values too big or something? The collision object input. Why does that do? Can I change the input? Oh, maybe I need to offset everything by its location. Maybe we need to offset everything by our location. I get hearing circles doing the raycast. Okay, we'll do self object. We'll do object info. And our location. Going. You're a mess. Go home, Kurt. You're drunk. Oh no, now it's actually moving things. Okay, maybe not perfect. Actually, subtract might make sense if we drop this invert. It's such a mess. Okay, that in there, location bottom, so it actually passes. Actually might be close to correct. Okay, so that's spread out. Why did it actually match that? Well, I believe in you. You can do it. Something. Come on. Why are you out there doing things? Okay, so let's make it much smaller. But then point density much smaller. You know that It's in a very voxely way. Just want smaller growth rate. Nope. Never mind. Bigger growth rate. Okay, yeah, why does it go crazy? There's a point where it's good. So it definitely needs to be averaged. Maybe less point density or more. Double the point density. Okay, that's more puddle-like. Okay, so part of the problem is that we're not growing the thing over time. It doesn't nest the way we want it to. Oh, shout out to 6 o'clock. Here, we should be able to toggle between the two versions. Why do you not work anymore? Okay, so what is value? Value is unused. Good. Okay, why did that not work? What's your point? Add to it. Did I just toggle the wrong thing? Okay, so we need to get this down, but also, if we're doing deterministic, I was thinking we do a noise. Random count as noise. Not sure that it does. I think the noise texture would be better. Do it like that, and we have so we don't have the position that the point created at, which is a sample position. Noise texture sampled at the position that the point's at. So over a threshold, or less than threshold, then we'll call it a drip point. I think that needs to be and. Use just the noise. Okay, so we just need to make sure that it persists. Why are they flickering out of existence? here and make sure they persist. No more twinkling, hopefully. Tip 4 pool. Use mesh island count to iterations on the points that we're gonna put in. Iterations is just gonna be a jerk forever. The dripper will actually need the geometry. Check this. Sure. Look what Vampire Survivors is doing. Emergency meeting. Fascinating. What's in the new thing? Oh, they're putting Among Us in. I was hoping it's a reason to go back. That looks kind of cool. I don't know if Among Us characters actually inspires any interest for me. We'll see. I guess it's something to do. Is it free? Maybe. This map should be interesting. Pretty exciting. I want more content. I might wait for a couple before I actually dive back in. We still have, the wife and I still have a few more things to try and unlock. Haven't quite had the motivation to do it yet. Tired. Who's just happy with it? That's cool. I'm happy for him. I know he likes it. I know he's probably chomping at the bit for new content. And it just, they don't even feel like they fit in with anything else in the game. Which I guess could be fine, but I never used to complain about the indie crossovers. I was like, I don't know, getting a free skin that is Bit Trip Runner character or Meat Boy feels like more content. So yeah, that's always good. Sorry, I don't know, I guess I'm judgmental about Among Us. I think it's kind of a boring game. Yeah, giant map sounds cool. And new weapons are always good. Okay, wait, there's one character that I just noticed I like. There's a guy with tentacles coming out of him. He's my favorite. Is that Shapeshifter Nino? What is this guy? I'm interested in whatever that unicorn thing is. That will be cool. Though, when is it coming out? The 18th. Oh, okay. Cool. 12 days. I'll take it. So wait, did I do this right? So this geometry that we're passing through, need to iterate through. Need a sample index. Just to give it a new start point. And so vector. Point at index, whatever this iteration is going to be. This we need a position. I think. Are you gonna play it, Gav? I think you said that you're not a Vampire Survivors fan, right? So you're just happy for boost. Vector on the point. And a start position for the drip. Add the drip to the geometry. So this is probably still not gonna be live, right? Is it gonna keep evaluating, or is it gonna make a mesh and then forget that it has nodes to evaluate? Now they were saved. Now we plug, not that one, this one in. Join. I see nothing being added. This might be a full start. We might not be able to do it this way. You haven't got it? Okay. Okay, I would say it's worth considering. There's a lot of content there. And it's $5. The DLC might be worth it. I played the DLC. I liked it. Pretty good. I'd probably play it like vanilla before putting the DLCs in, though. They had some weapons that kind of changed things up. It's the iterator. crap in you. Well, I guess we're probably displaying this part. You can have that outside if you want to. Wondering, can we just add a drip? How does this work? How do we breadboard this? Top geometry. A little bit. Want the same collision geometry. Okay, that does work. Get that. Okay, but where's the drip here? Hey, wait, what is start point? So I was supposed to be 0, but we changed the position of the whole thing. Where did this drip go? Why doesn't it happen even once? 6, 7. Push it over a little bit more. Yeah, okay, so if it's made in the repeat zone, it doesn't seem to come out. Why, what's your problem? I don't get why I can't add notes. Everyone that thought repeat nodes were just going to be like an amazing save all magic bullet solution weren't thinking that they would be implemented in a way that would only solve a small fraction of the things you were thinking of. Because, of course, maybe this will work someday. Or maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Things that we could have individual, like if we had one giant list of points, we'd still need something to define how many curves are contained within that point list and where each one starts and ends. Get ready for tomorrow with news of game at night. Today's Wednesday. Tomorrow? Thursday? It's happening Thursday? My attitude, is there a game event? Game Awards. Okay. That'll be cool. That'll be exciting. Boost isn't doing a special stream for that, is he? I have no idea who else would be doing that, so if he doesn't, it might be a good thing. Who knows how many overlapping streams I will be invited to that have coverage of the content. Actually, what time is it going to be? If I look it up. Game Awards. It's tomorrow. Did it say a time? How hard is it just to put a time? $7:30. Okay, that's a little bit earlier than quick starts. It's gonna be a lot of news in the morning on Friday if you miss it. Cool. I don't know if I'm willing to watch the whole thing. We'll see. I mean, what else would I be doing? Using Blender to create beautifully complex simulations? Haha. No. Okay, even if I get points, I can't just do a node at every point. One less. It's probably too complex to make one of these drips into a tool instead of a modifier, but I wonder if you can use tools inside of node groups. I don't know. I want to find some way to get this working. It might just be like Blender 5.0 that has repeat zones correctly working. Looks like you've conveniently forgotten everything about Unity. Well, what do you want to know? Good thing I'm still on. I could show you around, point out whatever you need to know. Better than depressedly sitting here realizing that I kind of got done everything I wanted to do in discrete parts, and it can't go together. Never mind that it might have been a little bit recursive to have the drip create a pool and the pool create a drip. That's fine. Yeah, what are you up to in Unity? I think I should wrap up soon, but I have at least 10 minutes. At least 10. Dinner was kind of late last night. It would be late tonight too. Want you back. I was looking up Blender repeat zone node group. I just want to put a node group inside of a repeat zone. Yeah, maybe it can't. So I guess if you don't know what to ask, I could also give you the crash course. So my editor might not look like your editor. Repeat zones. Why do I find so many limitations with you? Hmm. Okay, so I found a Reddit post that I feel like is gonna. 2 months ago, person's like, I want to do this. So they have a node group that's duplicate times 9, and they want to set it how many times it's going to repeat. And they're like, just use a utility repeat zone. But I actually, would this work? Because I feel like this is the problem I'm having. Is that a repeat zone's not actually allowing you to do a node group. It's not going to evaluate in there. Outside, we're good. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Here's Unity. Of course I have it open already. Of course. Yeah, depending on what you're trying to do. Layout do I have? Save my layout. It's probably still gonna get trashed, but this is the default Unity layout, which is fine. Absolutely fine. I guess we can create a new scene. You don't know, you have too many very basic things to ask about. Probably better not to waste others' time and all that. Oh, no. That's the best place to ask because you could probably get a lot of things quickly. Whereas you need the right tutorial, I guess. Spoon feed me how to make awesome game. Okay. The first thing first, you drag all of your stuff from a folder into the project panel. And you drag and drop right into the panel. That'll put it into the project. And then from there, you can grab something like from the project and you can drag it into the hierarchy. Puts it into the scene. Like so. Then you have things that you select here, similar to Blender in some ways. Right? You can use this to select whatever you have selected. Will show up all of the details. A little bit more. Details will be over here in the inspector panel. Is GLTF not a thing? Okay, GLTF. Graphic library transmission format. Maybe not? I've never seen it before. There is a GLTF importer for Unity. There's a couple, I guess. You can get your placeholder Mac into the scene. It even plays a run animation play mode once. Oh, so if it only happens once, then let's go to pictures. Can we just do it this way? Grab a. There's a Jet Jaguar in there somewhere. Like that. So the Jet Jaguar. They have the top node selected to actually see the animator. Wait, sorry, in the wrong way. We need to select this because when you import, you have animation settings. And in the animation settings, for each animation, you can tell it whether it loops or not. This Boolean right here. And then you need to apply. There's GTL fast in the docs, but you have no clue how to approach that. See, you have an adventure. Oh yeah, there it is in the Unity manual. Um, okay, so you can editor import, or you can do a runtime import. A little bit complicated. Okay. So you have that. This is just the main page of the documentation. Where did I click? Oh, I clicked editor import. This would be just dealing with it like most other assets. I think they're just showing dragging from Mac OS file browser right into the project view. Yeah, I don't think you have to use it. I think you just drag and drop and it'll deal with the file format. But yeah, if you want to get fancy, runtime import, web request. You can have a component called a GLTF asset that you can add. This would pop up in the inspector. You'd give it the URL. No, that's not pretty simple actually. Import settings. This is where things get a little more complicated. FPX brought in all actions from the blend. You drag GLB into asset lists, but that's all that happened. GLB. But this dragged, the GIF wasn't so fast. This dragged 3 different files. Control scroll. You do a gltf, a .bin, and a textures folder. I wonder if they don't have the GLB support. Oh. Oh, I have touched these. These were tilt brush. Okay, so that you want to make sure that you're not on the universal render pipeline, because that will break things. And then there is just a tilt brush library you can use. But if it's not specifically tilt brush, then with the tilt brush plugin still handle the format. Tilt brush Unity. I feel like they might have even changed the name. Open brush? Yeah, I think that's right. Open brush also has GLB files. And the Open brush plugin or the tilt brush toolkit will let you open those. Okay, I have the file or the path for that. That's the Open brush toolkit. And they have documentation for that. I was going to use this in a project. Someone else's project. I think they went a different way because VR and tilt brush stuff is fine on a standalone PC, but a little bit tricky to push on a standalone headset. Yeah, this isn't too bad. You open the package. So it has a package, you input the package. Yeah, I would just double click, it opens like an importer thing. And then brush, yeah, whatever, that's export, importing. I don't know why my mind wants to turn off completely for this. Oh, yeah, because it's dumb. I don't need that. This is the important one. Copy the GLB file into your Unity project. Doesn't work on .tilt. Interesting. They're kind of saying that once you have the package, it'll work. Hope that helps. Yeah, if I can ask, where'd you get those file formats from? Not ones I come in contact with very often. Would be good, and then if you want more control, you want to put a controller on. Controller looks like, you may have seen me playing with it. Like a finite state machine. Let me know where them files came from. And I guess how it works for you. Or if that even solves your problems. I might have a spare project laying around. You want to send me the files? Maybe tomorrow I can throw them into Unity. See how it works for me if you have any troubles. Wait, Tilt Brush even gets audio reactivity? That's pretty cool. Hmm. Oh, I'm tired. So if there's a Unity native GLTF importer, shouldn't you use it instead of that? Uh, yes, but all the importers are like if you drag and drop and it doesn't work, then you might need something else. But I do know legitimately you need the package for OpenBrush or Tilt Brush, and those are GLBs. Yeah, more curious, like where did your GLBs come from? And what do they contain? I think OpenBrush was kind of easy. If you're going to try the OpenBrush SDK, starts here, I'd go into the Unity toolkit. I'd go into, no packages, oops. Go to assets. I think I'd grab all of these folders. Like these are all the ones I would put in Unity. So editor is going to give you some probably like custom inspector layouts. Okay, and some builds stuff, some test crap. I don't love that test crap is in editor. That seems wrong. Anyway, oh, interesting. JSON, pretty normal. Noise. I could see why they want noise. Reaction. Yes, cores, tilt brush. But then what is this? This is a project within a project? I don't know. I think the base is a full project. I'd probably spend a few minutes trying to figure out what I actually need from this. Like by the time we're in tilt brush scripts, I think we would need that. Serializable GUI ID. Yeah, this is probably going to help load. Yeah, I guess they do have their own GLB parser. It's open source. You might just be able to put this in. I'm lying. Don't try that. I'm sure it would have a lot of errors. But this might be kind of the only thing. Interesting. So it looks like it's already a JSON. You just need to know what's in the JSON to load properly. It's stored binary, so it's binary to JSON. Yeah, that seems reasonable. So they come from Blender. Interesting. Okay. You don't know what formats you want to use or should use? GLTF and USD just seem to come up a lot. So yeah, I would say the industry standards for game development have been OBJ in the very early days and still very valid. FBX. Yep. OBJ, FBX, and then USD. They're kind of like the ones that are most heavily used. Yeah, can Unity do USD yet? I really hope it can. I haven't converted my workflow to be USD yet, but okay, can Unity do USD? Yeah, looks like it. Maybe I should start using USD instead of FBX. Guys in FBX. Honestly, if you're the only one going to use your project, you can also put in .blend files. I don't know if that helps. Probably does. I've definitely been on a few, well, I've been on at least one project that has been majority blend files. And the only downside is that you need Blender along with Unity, otherwise the files, Unity does something with opening Blender or looking into Blender? files on your hard drive to actually open blend files. Like, yeah, if you give your project to somebody else and they don't have Blender, there will be errors in their scene until they get Blender, I think. Does blend FBX conversion in the background, but then you'd have to make clean blends. Yeah, that's real. Yeah, exporting from a scene is always better. Or I think so. So you can like leave all the clutter of multiple default cameras and lights and all that crap. Yeah, okay, so my only problem with USD is that almost every, like, it's been around forever now. Like, I don't really know when they started using it, but it's been since probably 2020 at least. At least. And we're still in, like, preview. Like, everyone is still saying that they don't have a final version of USD implemented. And I'm just like, software is getting invalidated while you guys are sitting on your ass doing what? Why can't you just say USD's done? Why can't you just like, finish up implementation? And Unity's not the only one. I think Maya's the scariest one. That's just like, we kind of need this. And it's not really worth paying for newer versions of Maya just to get USD. So when you half-assed implement like a brand new universal file format, it kind of hurts. USD seems to be in transition everywhere. Yes, I like the idea, but it's also kind of what FBX has been, and they're replacing that because FBX has been owned by Autodesk, from what I understand. Now USD is supposed to actually be universal. But yeah, it's just taking forever. Houdini version you tried had partial support. They're removing rendering work on USD. It's a bummer to have a standard that is still shifting. Oh, is there a USD council or consortium or something? And Blender just got a experimental USD preview. Yeah, I wonder if it's actually on the USD guidelines, whoever is managing those, and not really on individual softwares, but it's hurting people. It's hurting me. It's hurting my software. Finalize it, please. In fact, if you're going to make a standard and your standard is supposed to update regularly, I think you might have failed your standard. Like, as advanced as we've gotten, we're still using a lot of the same crap that we invented to do CG in the first place. Yo, Robo, how are you? Actually gonna wrap up because shout out to 7 o'clock. How did I even get this far? Modified Apache license, Pixar, Adobe, Apple, Autodesk, NVIDIA together with joint development foundations of the Linux Foundation announced the Alliance for OpenUSD on August 1st, 2023. That cannot be true. I'm not trying to call you a liar. I'm just like, how is it possible that... Man, there is some serious cognitive dissonance going on here. How have I been hearing about it for like 4 or 5 years now? Who knows where it goes from there? And also, yeah, consortium might be a good word for it. All the big evil companies. I think Pixar is the only company in there that has altruistic past actions. Let's say that. I'd be interested in your booster streams later. Alright, later. See you, Gav. Yeah, I gotta wrap up. Food. Hungry. Disney is dead. Stuck? Yeah, I see that. I feel that. I feel like everyone's like, please stop making live action, and they keep making live action, and they just don't care. So, ding dong, Disney's dead. Anyway, I'm gonna sign off. Let's go raid productive time. It's all woke. I don't think woke is the problem. I think them trying to, like, I don't know. We could talk about it tomorrow. I'd be very interested in that, actually. The magic is dead over there. Yes, that is definitely true. Well, thank you everyone for joining me. I really appreciate you. We had some very interesting progress with our puddle, which is good. Very proud of us. So good. And do the thing. Be a puddle again. And we have a drip. And someday maybe we'll be able to merge those into a puddle that can drip and a drip that can turn into a puddle. For now, I'm gonna go find food. So thank you for joining me. Hope to see you again between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Yeah. I appreciate you. All my lurkers, my chatters, my VOD watchers. I hope you have a great night, great rest of your day, great time zone. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.